little late, but I got everything done, so I'm open for the rest of the day. Well, I wasn't here yesterday. I wouldn't call it a day off, but you look all groomed and everything. I had to go out and see the outside world, you know. Quick, someone knock on his door. All right, this bounce looks a little weak. BlackRock called and wanted you back, always. I told them I spend my day doing what I love, my one true passion, hanging out with regards. There are theories circulating that you got married yesterday. It would explain why you were gone all day without communication. I wasn't gone all day without communication. Also, the fresh grooming. Congratulations. No. I love the stream card. I almost sent you this Pix minus the deck as a suggestion for your perfect wife. Straddles fine Italian cheese. Match made in heaven. Yeah, I'm not dating Italian women. They're a handful. She got Italian women start melting at 40 like the Wicked Witch of the West. Sophia Loren. Wrong. You're wrong. Some of them do. You're not wrong about that part. I think it might just depend on consumption of cured meat. But Italian friends so they turn into pears. There's the rip. Will it have rocket fuel? It's not a bad one. Let's see if any options positioning has come in since this morning, because it didn't look great at open. It still doesn't look amazing, but it looks like they sold the fuck out of the 52.15 put. Gonna run into some resistance here. Either here or at 52.45. 52.32. Vic's getting stomped on. Just looks sad. Jesus fuck. That's reasonable. Acknowledge the gap. This one? I see it. It's unfilled. There's this one too, which is probably way more important. I saw that smooth. I'm paying $25 for a 0. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if I should keep shorting VIX here. Dollar's bouncing back a little bit today after balance of trade came in. Discord audio is not connected. Did it kick? Oh. There we go. What happened? Another Fubo beat and they just get beat down? I don't think anyone is going to do anything unless... Well, actually, there's some covering going on this morning. Yeah, strong Q2 growth, and they raised their 2024 guidance. The same type of actions that would launch Netflix to $900. Fubo instead down 5 cents. Yo, no, I didn't get married. Why does everyone keep saying that? What's your take on the monopoly lawsuit on Google? It'll get appealed. Did you get a sunburn? No. I don't burn in the sun. I don't think. YouTube AI says you got married, and chat is discussing if she has health insurance. Grats. You are glowing today. I don't know. Maybe it was the 6 hours of sleep. Mazel tov. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Microsoft's getting a little loose. Dollar up. Yields are mostly up. Got a nice turnaround in correlation. That may not last. High or low. Remember, this is a bear rally until it's not. So be careful. Forward yield on Vols at 9.58, but it closed yesterday. Oh no, it moved above in the overnight session. The leverage on the carry is kind of failing. But USD's up against the yen. Holy shit, move spiked super hard. Bunch of tail risk hedging pulled back. Cash VIX in front correlation moved up to 96%. Oh, we're pricing out rate cuts. Nice. Went from 1.125 down to 0.94. Does anybody know the outcome of the BOJ meeting last night? Like the emergency meeting? I said Gherkin won't show his ring finger on stream now. I'm not married. Yeah, Nikkei rocketed back up on the speculation, but I don't think that was sufficient. And what were they gonna do? Cut rates? A stupid reversal. And it stopped me out of my Nikkei short, which really pissed me off. BOJ decided to release Godzilla if China invades Tijuana. Boo-hoo, you had to take PTO, massive profits. Yeah, the profits were nuts. I wish I'd shorted more contracts on NKD, but it dropped so much it didn't matter. Any chance of a debrief on yesterday's shenanigans? At one point, there was talk 60% chance of intermeeting Fed cuts this week. People were losing their collective minds. I mean, people are definitely still losing their collective minds, but we've stabilized a little bit. Even last night, Jeffries came out and was reporting that they think the Fed should emergency cut. The weird thing though is if the Fed cuts, they're gonna collapse the spread on the carry even harder, way harder than the Bank of Japan did, and that would probably just cause the market to crash. The Fed's best path forward here is to raise rates and address the near-term spike in inflation that everyone's freaking out about, or just not cut rates in September, I guess, which is more likely. I'm shocked you streamed yesterday, given TSX was closed. How dare you? All the futures brokers were warning people about circuit breakers. Came close to a few of them. JPM reported the carry trade is half unwound. No. No, it's not. Leverage is at 6.7x. Hit 7 last night almost. Hit a low of 6.3. And that's from a high of 9. So 1/3 unwound. Yeah, balance of trade came in. It was so-so. I mean, the deficit slumped negative. Or more negative than the prior month. Well, more negative than expected. Yeah, more negative than expected. Exports rose, but below analyst targets. And then imports rose, but not as high as analyst targets. I would say it's kind of not that interesting. RCM tip came in too just now. 44.5 versus the estimated 45, which isn't too hot. And we have total household debt at 11, which is kind of important. And then we have a 3-year auction at 1 o'clock. We have a 1-year and a 3-year auction today. Those might matter a bit. Do the people who liquidated Todd realize there weren't any buyers when they were selling their bags? You mean buying to close their bags at rapidly escalating prices? Lumen secured $12 billion in current and future sales. The stock is nearing $5. Does this increase your interest in the company or trading the stock? Not particularly. They still don't have any solution to their massive pile of debt. Like, I get that they can have hype and their share price can go up. I just don't think it'll last. $12 billion in sales within like a trailing 12-month net income of negative 10 billion really doesn't solve any issues, right? Their margins are at like 1%. They need rate cuts. If they don't get their rate cuts, they're just going to go right back down again. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me a light crude that I desire. Yeah, oil's having a little bit of a bounce. Not much. I'd like to see a bigger one. Gold's bouncing back again. A lot of profit taking there. But still, dollar risk is ubiquitous, so it looks like it'll stabilize. Is Vic short someone's last huzzah? Not necessarily. But shorting vol here is extraordinarily risky. That's the 250 test. That pushes us up above a decent number of the sold calls. If it holds. Might not hold. Now we've got sold puts to the downside at 40, 35, 30. So I would say, let's see if we stabilize here at 50 or not. What the fuck? I don't care about your release notes. Give me my chart. Oh, God damn it. Okay, so we failed a little bit. If we fall below 45. Okay, so if we lose 45, we'll start to fall into some short puts. So a loss at 45, probably back to 40, 35, 30, like fall back to 30, 35 or 30. Yeah, so there was a bit of liquidity gained with the earnings move this morning on FUBO. So either someone dumped or it's getting like someone's buying the dip. It's hard to tell right now because, frankly, price hasn't moved that much. Looks like they're going to fill the gap at 5,300. Not yet, it doesn't. It's a lot of gap. We're still we're still at a lower high than we were last night on ES. Like this doesn't look great. This looks kind of bearish actually. Like a failure here would be really bad. Tried Stringling for the first time 201. Out of my call site already. Okay. I was wondering if I have any hopes of the put going in the money. Are the puts already paid for? I assume they are. Dear God, please get someone to buy this piece of shit market so I can dump my bags and not become insolvent. These bulls, probably. Where did you see the price action at the end of the week? Do you think we have an extended bear rally? I mean, I think they're trying to get one, but I'm not sure it's going to work. And if it fails, we're probably going to get a new low. Voicing the meeting, Japan seems to think both the US and Japanese markets will continue to grow. They also reported flat export rates. Well, I mean, the Japanese market's going to benefit hugely. Well, cash flows are going to benefit hugely from a rising yen, but their markets are like way overvalued, right? I mean, the Nikkei was up because the yen was down. So the repricing makes sense. Looks like carry trade's getting levered up again. But correlation's turning back around a bit. Wonder if they can get that under control. At 245 still. So failure at 240.50. We're building up more short puts to the downside. No. People are starting to sell calls in the money. I took a break from Discord yesterday. It was good. How do you feel? Do you feel rejuvenated? Are you ready to ask me when down? With Joby earnings today, are you closed out on it? I totally forgot about that. Am I? God, it's dropped so much. Do I care? I guess I could just take the money. Yeah, I should close that. That's the right thing to do. Maybe I'll just wait till end of day though. Close it then. Get that last little bit of theta. Let's see how momentum's looking. Weak. Weak bounce here. That doesn't look too bad. Looks like it's going to get worse at some point. This is yesterday's high. That still looks bearish as fuck. Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, no. I ended up getting everything I needed to get done today, done mostly yesterday and this morning. Yesterday was scared poopless that the market was going to crash and the deal, which is now supposed to close on Friday, would fall through, but we bounced. Nice. Why is your deal so dependent on the equity markets? Are they like buying you out with stock? I've seen a lot of people talking about the carry trade lately when no one talks about it before. Yeah, I know. I've seen FinTwit. They're all like, if you know, you know. It's like, you don't fucking know. Otherwise, you'd have been talking about this shit for the last year. Yeah, they're all blaming Japan instead of the over leveraged US banks. How dare Japan offer us free money? What a bunch of bastards. It's not? Oh, okay. If the market had dropped 10% in a day, they might have been spooked. How do they have the opportunity to back out at this point? I feel like you've left too much flexibility in the negotiations. Missed Ko-Fi. Where did I? Do you see CPI PPI next week as a potential catalyst to the next leg down or face rip or bear rally? Or do you think not likely to see big downs until September FOMC? No, I think CPI PPI are going to be super fucking important. We need something to come in and stabilize the dollar. Otherwise, JPOW's going to cut rates. And if JPOW cuts rates, the carry spread's going to collapse even further. Is this pump just a temporary blip on the way down? For now, yeah. It's far from being a bullish reversal, right? It's a bear rally until we get to DN, which is fucking 5,500. So that's a long way off. RSP still hasn't reversed. NQ doesn't look particularly strong here either. I mean, it's got a good opening bounce, but that might not last. Apple's still dropping, right? Nvidia bounced back a bit. AVGO's back up a little bit. Tesla's down. Microsoft is up, but it doesn't look great here. It's going to be hard for it to hold 400. And I don't think it takes. I mean, there's not a lot of liquidity to the downside, so we could stabilize like sub 50, 250 for quite a while, or at least until some positioning builds up. Um, that would be probably the most boring outcome. We've got some of the sold calls and the money here at 45 and 40. Um, looks like some of the short puts are pulling back. No, we're getting more short puts at. Is that 50? Yeah, they're gonna have to increase risk to try to get us over the next leg up. But if they do, we could test like 75 or 50. 5300 still a long way off, but that's gamma through that range is pretty flat. No, the sold calls aren't really closing out. No. Well, there are two different options, Chans. Black fur matters. A lot of this pump is low vol compared to the massive volume on yesterday's drop. Yeah, yeah. Well, of course. I didn't get married. Honest question. Doesn't the drop in bond rates partly resolve the unrealized losses from banks that were forced to hold to maturity on those low interest bonds? No. I mean, it eases the burden of that, but it doesn't save their asses or anything. Those bonds were bought with rates at like sub 2 and 2%. So they're still deeply underwater. And they've lost value in their offset holdings, right? Like massive amounts of value in their offset holdings because equities have fallen. This looks like it may fail in an epic fashion. It may take a little while. It looks like it's getting kind of distributive through the intraday and morning session, which is probably ultimately bearish, just not yet. So it could take a while. Thanks, Rare. Happy birthday to you too, man. I'll admit that I didn't understand the carry trade most of the time you talked about it. It wasn't until a lot of dum-dums on Twitter explained it badly that I understood your Univid. Awesome. Did you take your shirt off yet? You missed it. Yeah. Mosaic has earnings tonight, and the MMM is only 2. 45 GT is 4. I'm thinking about 45 GT Strangle, 30, 25. Mm, hmm. Yeah, I mean, you could. I don't know if it's worth the outlay, but it's starting to accumulate and find a bottom too, though, right? So you have like a really big risk that it just trades flat through that period of time, and you're feeding the premium. Might be a failure. What? Oh, yeah, it could be, or at least maybe the start of one. This is a dip back below those sold puts I was talking about. So a little spike in VIX. We'd get a much bigger spike in VIX if we lose 52.25. In that case, maybe a bull call spread would be better. Is yeah, I mean maybe if you consider the risk in the technical side of things, then yeah, it could be. Or maybe like a condor, and then just like at the same ranges at the 45-day range, and then just play the crush and vol, like close it after vol crushes. I hate crayons, and I'm trying to learn what you do. What do you look to tell you what the market priced in terms of rates? Like as far as like what they consider the Fed, like the forward Fed funds rate to be, you would look at Fed fund futures, and you can look at the spread in Fed fund futures to determine like what their price. Are you talking about like this? Hold on. So to do this, I index the like the ZQ contracts, right? And then I determine the spread between them. Yeah, so the market's pricing in 0.945 cuts by January of 2025. Yeah, no problem. This have to be adjusted with the passage of time, though. You have to like change the contracts you're looking at. I don't care about your logic or math. I just copy the trading view calculations and pretend to know what I'm looking at. All right. Mm, well, that's lovely. So we got some sold puts coming in at 35. Lower high here would be bearish. Any bot puts? Some bot puts under 25. Options are too fucking expensive. Glorpo the Wizard. Why is Carvana unkillable? It's the only thing with any value in the Russell 2000s. But it dropped pretty hard yesterday. Ooh, it's above 136 again. Shorty time? Hold on, I gotta look at the options chain. I think it has like an obscene amount of hmm. So yesterday I almost tested DN. Mm, fucking bugs. Alright, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. But gamma neutral on Carvana is at like 134. So if it slips that back to the downside, probably bearish. Is that the big bull push? Yeah, higher high. I don't think it matters. Yeah, they're not squeezing the calls out, so it's maybe doesn't make a fucking difference. We're worried about NQ gaining traction as they try to push the carry trade. Forward yield on Vol's getting kind of low. Wow, it's still at like 8%, but lower than we'd want to see it for another downside move. How many goddamn day trades do I have? 3. Okay, cool. Kind of still struggling with 60. I don't like that it got rejected. Hmm. Hold on one second. Is that just going to act as resistance? Now we're pushing into the higher sold calls. That's a little more dangerous. Hmm. So the rising price doesn't matter much unless the sold calls squeeze out. Yeah. But if they do, then price is going to rise more dramatically, right? So it's a very risky position to be short. And they're selling more puts at 52.50 than there are sold calls. And they're selling in the money sold puts, so like 68. Or sorry, 70. In the money sold puts at 70. You know it's gonna be fun when the meme 7 gaps. No, interesting at least. Microsoft caught a breakout. So did Apple a bit. NQ still kind of looks like shit though. How's ES? ES looks a lot better. Still not this morning's high. So we're looking at like 5306 for resistance. Somewhere between 5306, 5315. Got some volume on this though. I don't think I could keep pushing. The right thing to do here is probably to buy a 5,325 spread. Just close this on the pullback. Yesterday we tested monthly DN and fell below it. We usually bounce here, right? Usually falling below the monthly DN leads to like 5% down. I guess we closed back above it by end of day, so that might be slightly bullish. What's more bullish is the price going straight up. But we're still not really squeezing the calls out, which is weird. Or at least they're not capitulating. So if any of the short puts take profit, we can pull back again. But right now, this looks like we could push out to at least 5,300 and like 5320 before there's any major resistance. Hmm. What is monthly GN? Is it still 52.19? No, it moved down yesterday to 51.92.87. MQ up 6% from its low. Should be enough for a bear rally, right? Yeah, it could be. Although I would say like, um, hmm. I think that a solid bear rally would continue out to like 1900, 19,000, or maybe even like 19,750. NQ almost lost the April low, so it's set in higher low there. Mm, maybe NQ's tested its long-term trend earlier and then failed, so we'll see where this goes. How low can VIX go? Reasonably down another like 5% from here before things, well, if it drops more than like 5% from here, things are going to get pretty bullish, because you're going to start getting capitulation on more in the money puts and like longer dated Vega positioning. We're still playing nightly straddles with VIX this high. So I took an overnight straddle on Friday because I knew I wouldn't be able to manage anything very well on Monday, and I didn't want to fuck around with a strangle because they're a little harder to manage, right? But it turns out it didn't matter. Tonight I'll probably not do a straddle. I'll probably strangle. Which is the bull goal? 55 ish. If we run to 5300, 5320 and reject, will it be a hard rejection? I think so. We've got to get above 75. Remember, 75 is that next like upside confirm. Um, but yeah, there's not much liquidity above 5325. It's kind of a big gap there. So it'll be harder to push through that range on the intraday without more positioning coming in. Do you think they failed to get past 5275? It's possible. I think they have an awful lot of bullish positioning here. It seems like they should do well. Like they have bought calls pretty much all the way out to like 5,300, and this is where a lot of the like the long puts are at 75, like 75.80 is, and if the long like the long in the money puts start to squeeze out, that's very bullish, right? $5,300 itself is probably kind of a hard resistance. Failing 75 isn't very bearish. Failing 60, failing 65 is kind of bearish. Like we could drop back to 50 or 40, but we're gonna need to go below like 52.30 to really start squeezing out the short puts, or at least pressuring them so vol rises. We have some auctions coming up here, but I think it's like 42 day in 1 year. Are you impressed by the bulls so far? No. I feel like 300 points or so is a pretty basic rally, given how high vol is, right? What do you think about CSPs on Upstart? What's it trading at? Eh. CSP's in a downtrending market. Bold play, yeah. Be the short vol that you want in the world, Bob. Is this failing or more like bearish consolidation? It was a failed breakout, but we're still in a bullish range. The consolidation itself is bullish after the failure of the high. God damn it. Monopoly ruling priced in. Kind of want to go long Microsoft. Elon Musk revives lawsuit against Sam Altman and OpenAI. Okay. Hmm. Everyone here talking about rallying, and I just keep buying more Tesla puts. That's fair. Isn't it a giant move for such a small move in the market? Yeah, it's short vol getting squeezed out. They're trying to back out of their risk on the tails. Hmm. Gherkin, I'm in the heights. Okay. I don't know what that means. Congratulations. Momentum's starting to stabilize, so I think we could push up through resistance here. We just haven't moved into any of that more bullish positioning yet. Breaking down from bullish consolidation is super duper bear, right? But we're not. Struggling to get a leg up on 70, which I mean makes sense. There's a lot of bot puts there, but if we do start to push the 70 75 in the money, uh that's gonna drive the to the buy side. What's the difference between lines labeled orange or white prices? There isn't one. Grisro NC jobs so they will make an offer within the next week or so. I expect you to visit, sir. I'm not going to Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm doing all right, WM. How are you, man? Gonna need to see some more aggressive Washington Heights. I love you, Kirk. Okay. The fuck are you doing in Washington Heights? Going to the doctors or something? Uh, fucking boring. Come on, futures. You can do it. Break 5,300. Step 1, sell puts to counteract sold calls. Step 2, clear sold calls and squeeze. Step 3, deploy money from sold puts at top to get the last juice from the squeeze. It's a lot harder to squeeze when you're below gamma neutral, but yeah. I mean, sure, that's one way of doing it. Mostly they just keep selling puts. What's IWM resistance? So the upside? 205 is a big one. 205 and 210 are huge. Woke up next to a woman larger than the norm. This isn't the first time this has happened to you, Rims and Tims. Am I a chubby chaser now? I think you always have been. This is the second time you've had the same confession in the last 2 years. Stop self-shaming yourself. Love to hear your take about yesterday and now today's result, since I most likely missed it earlier. Well, we went down really hard and short vol squeezed a bit and then we bounced, which is usually what happens after short vol squeezes a bit. Very attractive vol to sell at 60, right? Where were you yesterday and today? It looks like bear market going to bear market. I was busy yesterday. I told everybody like 9,000 times that I wasn't going to be here on Monday. I had to do like a whole bunch of shit, and then I had a doctor's appointment, which took like 6 months to get that I had to go to, and so there was just no way I was going to make it. I had to meet with a buyer for the house. It was a fucking nightmare of a day. He's not a chubby chaser. He's just hog hunting. Not until he moves to North Carolina, he's not. I thought it was awesome to see the carry trade making headlines. Well, you've been talking about it for months, years. I wish it was just months. Was your heart rate elevated for the doctor's appointment due to price action? No, I'd taken most of the profits by the time my doctor's appointment came up, but I was losing my fucking mind when I was in my Uber in the morning. The guy thought I was crazy. I'm trying to close futures contracts on my fucking cell phone. Gross. Momentum's starting to fail. Hmm. Still haven't squeezed out any fucking sold calls. And we lost 65. There's an upside gap, so we might get another rally. But it looks shitty. Hmm. Where's the gap? I don't see it on SPX. The upside one? There's a gap right here. 52.63. It's like a 1 cent gap. 63.75.76. We failed to fill it too. Nope, no we didn't. We got it. Fell back into the short puts. Support at 50. It's like another 40-cent drop. Hmm. Just sell off really hard. Nvidia approaching VWAP. NQ cut a little bit of support. Still looks like it might drop and test VWAP though. I don't think that's all that supportive. Charm's very negative under 5250. So stabilizing, that's kind of important. But this looks like that's going to fail, at least briefly. Wouldn't a US cut cause the carry trade to unwind even sharper, leading to market to fall even more? It would narrow the spread, yeah, and probably squeeze the yen even harder. This is like a shitty bounce. Dump it. Stopped out with $7 profit. Woo! Nice. GDP now up to 2.9%. Everything's fine. That's totally not just inflation. Hmm. What month are your ZOM CCs? Bought them back yesterday. We tested the trend. But they were August 16. It's easily just GDP now and not inflation, but then inflation will go up. I bought mine back too. Nice. Yeah, the trend on Zom's been pretty solid. If it breaks back below, I'll sell more, but for now, I'm not too interested. Why hasn't this failed yet? You need like 10 more minutes. 11:35. Ooh, we're getting some long puts to the downside. That's cool. 52.55. Well, I guess those are in the money, technically. Can we get a continuation here? Yes. We could get another failure of 50, which opens up the, like, 50 to 35 range again. I'm getting short put profit taking from earlier today. Not a ton of short put selling. A 3-year auction will have the largest tail since 1987, and limit down will follow. I love how all the bulls are trying to push yesterday as being like a one-off. Like, oh, it's just a flash crash. This totally won't get any worse. They do that every time the market drops. They did it back in 2020 too. They're like, no, it's fine. Totally buy this dip. In every like market event I've ever seen that's like 5 or 6%, they compare it to 1987. They're like, nope, just a flash crash, no big deal. CNBC spent all day yesterday bringing on guests to say buy the dip in various ways. I mean, the bull case here is Powell doesn't cut rates, right? What do you mean? I was told the sell-off was over. Surely there's no convoluted, interconnected financial instruments to be worried about, right? Never. Risk is always containerized. It's never systemic. The bull case is a recession. Yeah. Claudia Som tried walking back her indicator. I know. Because she spent all year promising everybody that it wasn't going to trigger. She's like, no, wait, there's this other condition that I forgot to write about. With rate cuts, do you see continued flows into small caps? No, everyone's scared shitless of going into small caps because there's a pullback in manufacturing and labor. Hey, there it is. This is what I bought. This is what I bought stuff for. I said in the next 10 minutes, right? Yeah, spot on. Another leg down? Maybe. These are pretty bearish under 5240. $52.50 retest. So we need another failure here. US credit card balance is up 4.6%, 27 billion in quarter two. Quarter one, 1.4 trillion, up 5.8% from a year ago. New York Fed. Nice. Healthy consumer credit. I don't see. What's the problem? Is it possible to get another monster red day this week? Yeah. Do you like Kamala's choice for VP? I don't like Kamala. I don't even know who her choice for VP is. Tim Walz is a fan favorite in Minnesota. Who the fuck is Tim Walz? Drake doesn't like politicians. Only Chat GPT for our overlord. Probably do a better job, honestly. I'd be wrong less often. He builds walls. It's on the wrong side of the aisle. Governor of Minnesota? Oh, okay. He's older than Biden. That can't be possible. He's 60? Yeah. Pro-union guy, born in 65. Who gives a shit? It's the vice president. It doesn't matter. The only reason vice presidents are being talked about right now is because one of them fucked a couch and we're too far from the primaries for anyone to give a shit about anything important. You could take a turd and wrap it in a tuxedo and it could be vice president. And it would be just as popular as any other vice president. Really don't like this bounce. Hmm. They are selling more puts. Mostly at 50. Which provides a lot of impetus, but also just puts them at the risk of getting squeezed out even harder. It's a dangerous game. Kamala should have picked Biden as her VP. No, sure, you got the money. Old white ex-military guy, not like Harris. So two cops for president. Exciting. I'm not pronouncing it that way. Civil asset forfeiture will never go away. Sorry to put a damper on your drug dealing operation, Bips. Chances of IWM cliff diving today? Probably about as good as SPX. Where do you stand on narcotic legalization? Regulate or prohibition? Give it away for free. Everyone gets free drugs every month. Way too many people in America. Also, you get rid of all the crime by giving all the, just having the drugs, right? Fucking can't be a drug dealer if everyone gives away the drugs. UBI for drugs? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what the Danish do. Yeah, you go live in drugland. Universal basic drugs. Why would there be drug fueled crime? The drugs are free. You don't have to go commit crimes to get your drugs. Hooked on heroin? Just go get some heroin, right? You don't have to go, spend 18 hours shaking with sweats while you're shitting yourself trying to remove copper pipes from some abandoned home. Just go grab some free drugs from the government. I'll tell you one thing I know about heroin addicts is they don't do anything if they're high. They're the most docile people in the world. Can we give them copper scraps to pay for drugs? No, because then Big Pharma gets involved. And they'd be the worst. They're already the worst drug dealers, right? I grew up in the ghetto. I spent most of my childhood wandering around drug addicts. Crackheads are a bit unpredictable and tweakers, but you know, they would if they had free crack, they would just do so much they'd be gone in a couple weeks. Sad? Why? They're happy. Let me tell you, they're very happy. Why is it? That's what I don't get. Why is it sad for you? It's you're just internalizing sadness. Hey, Gurk, can you get what? Where would they go? Who cares? Around? Just don't start with the whole addiction is a sickness thing. There's two cures, right? One of them's a lot easier than the other. They'll definitely be around. My dad owned a motel. It had a vacant apartment building attached to it, and unhoused people. This isn't TikTok. You could just say homeless. Took all the copper piping to pay for drugs. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm surprised you do. It's a thing. Can bulls fail here? Sure. Bulls needed above 65 for this bounce to be successful. We built up some short put support at like 240. So, but if we fall back into 240, bulls are fucked. So the war on drugs is money well spent. Take a fraction of those dollars, offer free addiction services to those that want help. Those that don't. Yeah, and you give them free drugs. We just don't want drug addicts because drug addicts don't pay taxes, right? From a broader scope. There'd be way more legal crime if it was taxed properly. Drug consumer? We're okay with drug consumers. They can have all the opiates they want, right? Free drugs will cut into my current business model. Yeah, it reduces the crime, right? Free drugs is bad unless the government buys the drugs I make. Then it's okay. What fucking psychopath shorts more vol when VIX yeeted to 65? People who like money? Today's boring? A little bit, yeah. Someone called. I sold puts. Of course you did, Corey. I hope you didn't sell them at 40 or 35. Oh no. I'm pushing back up again. 65 matter now? Not as much as it did. This is resistance here. Hmm. A little less momentum on this push to the upside than there was on the last one. But I feel like positioning's a bit better now. I don't think it's a false breakout. Lever in the carry trade up hard as fuck. Dollar's back above 103. Yen at 145. Correlation's pushing back pretty hard, so tech is rising. Can we hedge our dollar based on the Argentine peso for volatility's sake? Possibly. Hmm. Nat gas is having a day. I saw that, yeah. cold look like it was getting pretty bullish. Interesting. So resistance is a bit lower here than it was earlier. That is definitely resistance. Out of the money puts. Decent number of them, too. I'd say they're being very reckless, but it's paid off every time so far. Well, I mean, they're okay from, like, well, Vol's probably not going to spike very hard as long as we don't lose, what, like 52, 52.30. So that's, I mean, that's going to kind of encourage put selling in like the 52.40, 35 range, which it already has today, right? That's where both of our lows kind of reversed. But the swings in profit are pretty big, which also encourages profit taking on the upside move and is causing them to destabilize a bit earlier. Don't forget that the MM's still extraordinarily negative gamma and delta, right? So the effects of profit taking are far more bearish. We have long puts. It looks like 50 and 45, 50 and 40. If we break to the upside of 75, though, that's when things get a bit more bullish. Probably more or less would open up 5,300. So I guess we see if this fails or breaks out. This is gonna, I guess this is gonna be the most important level for that. Correlation isn't really reversing, but it hasn't dropped to its prior low. Dollar's kind of flattening out. Yields are still moving up. Commodities are turning around a little bit. Hmm. $3.45. Huh. That actually tested 18,350. It's a little less bullish on SPX, a little more bullish on NQ. And over the long term, leveraging up the carry and pushing dispersion immediately after this scare. You get a huge amount of premium though, right? I know nobody, not everybody wants to short vol when it's at fucking 12, right? But everyone wants to short vol when it's at 65. It's going straight up after the 83 test, past GM again. I only have short calls out on it right now. I was waiting to confirm the drop before buying the put, which I think I mentioned. But yeah, it can chop around 85 quite a bit. 85 is like a huge support level. So, I mean, bouncing back to 85 is not surprising. All right, so this is like another little push. Is this going to fail? I left a gap on that. Hmm. 53, 18,375. Hmm. Could be selling calls here. Everyone else is. I got shorted again into the turnarounds. Hmm. What best ways to play oil over the short days, weeks term and intermediate 6-12 month term? I mean, I'm long domestic oil producers, which is probably a good way to play the long term. Short term, I mean, you could play oil futures. So I'm looking bullish into the end of the week and next. It got a bounce on its like near term trend, so it's kind of bullish. You have an offer on your house? I don't know yet. I met with a buyer yesterday. He hasn't made an offer yet, but he said he'd let us know in like 48 hours. You're asking for cash only? Um, no. I don't care how they finance it. Cash would be easier. I told you I'm not buying unless you bring the cat back. Are you offering financing? I don't think this guy needs it, but I could. I don't think anybody who's gonna buy that house is gonna want to pay 6% interest on anything ever. No, no secret wife. I just meant me and the liar. Anyway, I'm not moving. I don't live in the house. With the 250K you gave your friend, plus the renovations, how much profit will you make? Well, I don't know what the offer is, but 1,500%. I just want to commend you on getting the house rezoned as a shrimp farming habitat. Should really boost the offer. That's just the backup plan in case no one buys it. DM. Any call sellers here? Yeah. Yeah. Quite a lot. But they might get squeezed. This is a tricky position. Fortunately, we are kind of pushing away from the short puts, so they're not selling too many short puts near spot. Aren't you a call seller? I am, but it's still risky. Hmm. That's on Tesla here. It looks ready to pump, but 200 is still holding. Tesla looks like dog shit. It needs to get back above like 205 or 210 to move up. Maybe even 220. Yeah, 220. Still, it's just bearish everywhere. There's just a lot of support at 85, which it pinged off of yesterday, right? Hmm. Well, fug. Yeah, that put some short calls in the money. Still not a lot of them closing, or out of the money, rather. Is that going to push us 90? Oh. Should have gotten like Microsoft. Hmm. The next leg up is a test of 5,300. Unless we fall back into the short calls here. Game is pretty flat right here, though, at 85, so we could swing up really quickly or back down really quickly. Apple's doing okay. Nvidia's up 5% now. Hmm. Which tech stock are they pumping? All of them? It's pretty broad, but it's slowing down. Kind of dispersion starting, or correlation starting to kind of flatten out. Carry trades back to almost 7x, but forward yield on vol moved up. Those two things shouldn't be anti-correlated. VX is almost back below last week's high. Oh, it is. How's IWM look? I hate this range. I'm still struggling with 205. And RSP is lagging. Dow. Yeah, the bounce and breadth doesn't look particularly good here, but the inflationary stuff is supporting tag. They're gonna keep pumping into tomorrow. It's possible, yeah. Did BOJ do anything last night? I don't think so. Hmm. So if we slip 80, we probably slip 65 and maybe 50. No, the sold puts are still pretty far out of the money. They're still down around like they're not selling a ton of puts near spot. But they're doing that so they don't get squeezed, right? Okay, so 75, 65, 50. Those are the levels to watch on the downside move. I guess 75, 62, 52, right? Those are what matter. That might be more important. It hangs here for a bit. Do we move up again? No. I feel like a drop here is going to encourage more call sellers at 80, of which there are already quite a lot of. The real risk to the bears here is that we move into like kind of the flat range between like 85 and 5300. But even then, they're still selling shitloads of calls above 5300. Auction in 30 minutes. Yeah, the 3 year. That's pretty bad and kind of concerning. Or just everyone went long VIX, short VIX, and they made, fucking 3,000% in one day. Not really the kind of stable market that kind of highlights trading skill, right? When momentum die. Hmm. Curious. So that failed. That failed. Now on that one. Hmm. Just any amount of profitability should put you over like 90%. I'm just gonna aim to secure so I can get one of the cash prizes. Ah, okay. Squeeze as high as possible, then bear reposition, and back down we go. Bears could start repositioning early. That's always a possibility. There's not a ton of squeeze risk for the Bears here. Leverage up the carry trade to buy puts. Genius. I don't think they're doing that. All right. Can this really crash though before JPOW cuts rates? I thought the reaction to the Japanese rate raise was a bit extreme, right? But those positions are wildly over levered, right? And someone's going to run for the door. It's just a question of are other people going to take this window of opportunity to also run for the door since other people have already gotten out. Apple still looks okay. Nvidia looks alright. Eh. AVGO looks alright. Hmm. Some of these are still lower highs from earlier. The big sell-offs in the overnight move. Hmm. Does the big spike involve just us going through DN JPM? Part of it. I mean, it was short vol repositioning, right? Short puts were getting squeezed really hard. I'm glad you're back. Uncle Bruce just doesn't do it for me. That's understandable. What a boring fucking day. Holy shit. You'd think things would get a little bit more exciting here. The positioning's kind of exciting. We're just not going up or down it. I sat in silence yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. No way you're surprised, right? No, not particularly. Yesterday was huge, right? I mean, even yesterday was kind of flat and boring compared to the overnight move, right? Yeah, the first part of today was alright. Like the first hour or so when the data was still coming in. No condors? On SPX? No. Not with fucking Vol this high. Big of averaging down. Fubo Jan 25 $2 calls to the hearing news. Any thoughts? I mean, it's a completely unpredictable event, right? It's going to be pretty binary, most likely, or no major decision will be made, and I just had a bunch of excitement. Big rattler in my backyard. In SD? Aren't you like close to downtown? Or are you like fucking way out in the desert? In the sticks? Okay. I don't think I ever saw a rattler in California the entire time I was there. They're everywhere. Thoughts on IWM? If it breaks 205 to the upside, that's kind of bullish. Or, well, at least a little bit more bullish. There's resistance at 210, too. Getting back above 200 is very important. Gherkin doesn't go outside, so yeah. I went outside plenty. I never saw any fucking snakes. Saw mountain lions a couple times. Head and shoulders and QQQ. We'll see. This could still break up. I mean, it's not really a head and shoulders. It's already kind of broken above it. It just may fail the breakout. What the fuck? It disconnected? Best time to see mountain lions is at night when you catch their eyes shining in your flashlight. I had a buddy that lived like over by Peters Canyon, and was that like Tustin, North Orange? And there were fucking mountain lions by his house all the time. When do we reach a critical mass of sold calls? I don't know if we want to reach a critical mass of sold calls here. I feel like that would make them all way more likely to squeeze off. A bunch of the sold calls are still in the money here at 75. Are we going to discuss the famous French Olympic hog? What? The Olympics has a hog? If VIX hit 65 yesterday, a 3% down day, how high can it go if things crash? Higher? Depends on how much vol they sell over the next couple of days. 66. Did dude miss the bar because he took it down with his massive hog? Oh yeah. I saw something about that on the news. That was funny. Did he really lose though? I didn't see the opening ceremony. That's not losing. His wife was probably psyched. Holy fuck, this is dull. I'm gonna get a snack or something, I think. If we break 85, bullish. If we don't, not so much. If we break 85 or fall below 70, someone ping me. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm glad I missed all the exciting stuff. Now, what's the bid to cover 2.55, high yield 3.81 versus 3.812, 58 billion, 92.12% of bids at high. Primary dealers 15, direct 20, indirect 64. Shitty bid to cover, but I'm not really sure that's super bearish. Yup, ES lost me 8K. What are you doing, man? Why is it every time I talk to you, you're losing money on fucking ES? Netflix looks like it's ripping up above 610 pretty hard. Upside target on the breakouts like 625. No, last time was NQ during the 4% up day. You've got to set stops on your futures, man. Are you up for the day? I didn't get a straddle last night. I missed the entry. So I didn't have one for today. I do have a dead call leg at 5340. So still a ways to go for anything to happen with that. I haven't blocked you, DZ. Can they get this to 5320? No, because they're selling a shitload of calls at 5300. Yes, if we break above 5300. Selling, buying, buying? Maybe buying 50. No, I think selling. Let's see how we reject off of falling into that. What should I call those? I need a name for those. It's not like a defined thing, but I want to define it. What do I call rejections at like 45 and 95 right before a major strike? Projections. Well, I want to define like mechanically what it is, right? It is an area of lower gamma and reduced hedging due to the size of the following strike. We shall call it the hole. Gamma cocked? Sometimes they're really bearish. I know what technical traders call them. But they just do that because they don't know what's going on, right? No, no. The meatball's not a good analogy here. Sort of like rising gamma, dips, rise. It's better to look at that as like a histogram, right? So it'd be like I mean, it's just like a trap, right? This is like a little gamma trap. I'm gonna call them gamma traps. Pigeonholes, trenches. Gamma Trap sounds like a new Fetty Wap song. Instead of Gamma Well. There's a lot of Gamma Wells. Because, yeah, Gamma's not. Well, part of what happens here is you actually have like a smooth curve of Gamma up, right? Positive. But as you approach this strike, due to moneyness, This kind of just gives way. Like a punji pit. Looks like little bull Timmy gets stuck in the gamma well to me. Okay. It's like an abandoned well. Oh, maybe that's what that gay bar mine shaft was talking about. No. Microsoft and Apple are the only companies that matter now. Maybe it's like a pinch point because the positive gamma falls more negative as price approaches spot. Or, well, the exposure, right? Do bears get revenge here? Unlikely. The glory hole of gamma. More sold calls? Pretty much everything above 5,300 is sold. Leveraging up at the money puts here is really risky, so it's probably hard to short vol at this point. Not that they won't do it, it's just really risky. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Oh my god, is Popcorn Trader rich now? VXX hit $90. Holy shit, he's a billionaire. Does VXX have Greeks? Sure. Do they matter? No. Oh, it just reverse split too. That helps. Mm, more at the money vol shorting, which I don't like. ES still has a little bit more room to the upside. Before we get another test. Although a fail below that test would be extra super duper bearish. A breakout would be very bullish though. If we fill the gap, I mean, the ES gap probably matters because the carryover loss is way more significant, right? But we may not fill it. He's saying words that mean flat. What? Leer Tritt means empty step in German. Like when you take a step down some stairs and expect the floor, but it's lower, so you fall a small way. Ooh, that's good. Well done. Is it Leartrit or Lairtrit? Given enough syllables, the Germans can make a word for anything. Will the platform have an indicator for how you measure momentum? No. Will it be called the Pickle D? Liard Tritter? Let's fill the gap from this morning. That would probably require some data or something. Which we've moved past. Hey, Fubo's up on the day. Winning. I wonder how fucked Fubo shorts are if this thing rips. It's got a massive free float. And it's the most illiquid it's been since December of 2021. Or, well, was. I guess it's a little better now, but still very illiquid. Keep whispering Fubo things to me. You're over leveraged on a penny stock. Ew. The CSPs are actually really bad and the spreads are way too wide. Penny stock that's tracking towards profitability. That's kind of rare for the pickle jar. No, it's not. Because it's not changing price. It would be a penny stock going up. That would be rare. Yeah, Fubo's a penny stock. It's the best penny stock? Maybe. I love that they not only beat, but also beat on subscriber growth and raised their earnings estimates and subscriber growth estimates. I just wanted to go back to $80. It's not like a big ask. Who was buying it at 80? I have no idea. I think that's like when it listed or something like that. It was like back in like 2018. A million reverse splits ago. Ah, gross. Stop getting support here. You don't hear much about SPACs these days. No, you don't. I'm a fan of the volatility, but I'm genuinely, legitimately curious what funds feel like this is a buying opportunity. Surely no one is that dumb. Surely they are. I don't think it's so much that this is a buying opportunity as it's an opportunity to go long and short vol, right? Vol is mean reverting, and like the amount of time historically that VIX has spent above 60 is basically nothing, right? So, anytime VIX is above 40, you should, I mean, like, based on historical precedents, you should be shorting the fuck out of it, right? And every fund in the world is going to do that. And so this is really common in crashes, right? Or tumultuous economic times. Like vol will spike, vol will get shorted down really hard, vol will spike, it'll get shorted down really hard. Sometimes it keeps spiking higher and higher, right? But I mean, I think during the COVID crash, like VX hit like 45 and then got shorted back to like 20 or 15, and then it ripped again to like 50, and then the week after that it ripped again to like 75 or 80 or something like that. It just kept moving higher and higher each time. Was it good to pick up SPX Vega puts? See if VIX less than 20. You really want to base that on the 3-month VIX because you're buying so much theta. And 3-month VIX is at 24 right now, which means those contracts are still expensive as fuck relative to their historic average, right? The mean is like 16, 17 for VIX 3-month. Right? So you really want to wait until VIX is under that before getting them. Give me 1 sec, I'll be back. Pure, unadulterated chaos. All right. Where were we? Yeah, I'm here. You just missed me by like a second. The small strike before the big ones. Call it shadow strike. No, that's lame. It's way too edgy.
Leerer Schritt.
What was that?
Leerer Schritt.
Little shit? Alright. That's what it's called. Ooh.
Inanis gradus.
Sounds like little shit. Yeah. Did you see JFresh's put and call charts yesterday? Yeah. He asked me about them, and I said, it looks like a great opportunity to sell volatility. They did look spicy. Okay, is that German thing? Yep. Ah! EIA is admitting their inventories are gonna decline? Fuck yes. Let's go Halliburton. Thanks for the explanation. Cheers. No problem, man. Anytime. EIA, Energy Information Administration Agency? Administration. What? What? SH? You guys know that Sahib changed his name, so I wouldn't know who he was. Just like Smooth. Because even though you've changed your name, you're still the same person. Bipolar. We've spent every day together for 3 fucking years. You're not gonna like just trick me. I mean, some of you have, but every time the market crashes, Hal goes sub $10, but the market hasn't crashed. Oh, this is awkward. Yeah, Hal leaps yesterday. Are you proud? Not as proud as I'll be when you're losing money on them. Do you have a bear flag drawn on the 15-minute over the last 2 days? Where is the top of the line? We're kind of close to it. They won't let ES drop. They don't want to lose 5,300. Especially after they put all this effort into getting it. He made a song called Gamma Gap. You really have way too much free time at work, Dave. It's true. Yesterday I made 250% profit on puts. Is the responsible thing to take half the profits and repurchase exposure? That's more responsible. Yeah. But it's just a different position, right? It's going to have its own ideally, it's going to have its own, risk management baked into it, separate from the prior position. Stop thinking of them as being, a continuation of one position and just as separate positions, which is what they are. I have a confession. I made no money yesterday. All yesterday did was break me even for my terrible short on July 1st. Congratulations. Bulls are going to need to pick up the slack or we're going to start drifting down. Yep, very likely. The Yo Gabba Gabba theme song, make the Gamma Gab song using that. I don't know if I could. I could try. I've been gone for a month with no internet for some bullshit training. I missed you guys. What's up? Welcome back. Too bad I missed out on this crazy price action. Is this the carry trade unraveling or something else? It's both. It's the carry trade unraveling while the market price is in a recession. Maybe you could tell our OR manager that their turnover times are stupidly inefficient. Right? Like, don't you make all your money while you're in surgery? They need to do better marketing. It sounds like you need more people on that table. I just got a 30K cash advance to trade. Am I regarded? Yeah. I hope you can beat that interest rate. Or know a good bankruptcy attorney. That's fair, Dave. When VIX 140? Not impossible. Bulls seem to be pushing. No, I don't think much is going on at this price point at all. Bulls will push if they get some sort of leverage advantage, but they don't have one of those here. I guess they could try for like 53.10, but that'll mean selling a lot of puts really close to spot. If they sell too many puts close to spot and we get a rejection, we'll fall into the sold puts. Right. So if they start like we rejected here, we fell back to like 85, right? If they sell the 85 or 90 put in order to breach this, and we reject at 53.10, then we can just fall right back through the puts they sold, which is kind of dangerous for them, right? So a little risky. The other option is they sell the or they buy the call, which they are doing. They buy the out of the money call and hope they can you know create enough positive gamma to lift us up out of that little well. But it takes some effort to push up that positive gamma ramp, and since all of that gamma is at 5300, even if they do, I mean, that just kind of creates a support, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything's bullish, because then pushes to 5310 will probably just fail back to 5300. Yeah, so if you're maybe I can go a little deeper into this. So if you're selling vol, right? And you have, positive gamma and you've got that dip, right? And then gamma goes up at 5300, right? So 53, and then this is like 5295, 5290, 5285, and then 5280, right? You don't want to sell vol in here, right? That's that's super dangerous because what you'll do by selling vol in this range, right, is you'll push the gamma in this range up. And that makes it so price can slide back down really fast. So what you want to do is, you want to sell vol out beyond the peak over here, and you push gamma up here, which also pushes this more vertical. See how they push to like 99 and it snaps back. So if you're selling 5295s and 5290s and this happens, those get squeezed and the price rockets back down. Dang, stocks be physics. Sometimes. Is IWM looking into the end of the day? I don't know. I'm not trading it. Why are you still trading IWM? It already did the thing. Kind of bullish. Broke 105 or 205. So next test 210. Next test that matters is at 210. Hmm.
So now we got to find out if they sold a little bit too many puts at 90 and 85. Which maybe they did. Are big moves down more likely in after hours? Yes. Almost always. Yeah, but just sell more until the price reverses. Easy. Not always easy. The more you sell, the greater your chance of getting squeezed out of the position, and the price drops so rapidly that you don't want to sell them anymore. And just sell more. You figured it out. It's the best gold play for pours in these uncertain times. Gold seems pretty stable, waiting on the next batch of inflation data. Today wasn't great for it, but it's still holding 2,400. Probably like GLD or something. The biggest problem with gold is it usually spikes overnight. So like it's pretty rare for it to set its high for the day intraday because COMEX markets are wildly manipulated. But if you're poor, you're probably not overnight carrying gold futures. No, not gold bar from Costco. By the time you find someone to buy your fucking gold bar from Costco, the price of gold will probably drop. I tried using the Mockingjay strategy for puts and calls, and I ended up with $0. The what? You know, running from different sides of your living room to the other, going mocking, bird, yeah, isn't an option strategy, right? You mean martingale? Have I been doing that? Should Fixie be going up now? What will make it squeeze? The next leg up on it would probably be if inflation comes in cool. Did someone say Mockingjay when they met Martingale? Ha 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 ha. It was Popcorn Trader, but he's shit posting. According to the Dumb and Dumber online options course I paid money for. Strategy of running back and forth outperformed me today. I resemble that remark. What's up, wrongly rightish? Elevator going down. Well, we're slipping to the other side of that little thing I drew, right? Remember this? We're over here now. If we get over here, dumpies. I missed it? Well, now you know. See, this tells me they sold a little bit more vol than they should have. But not too much. Yeah, lose 80. Losing 80 is pretty bad. Because depending on momentum, losing 80 can mean falling back to like 70, where all those short calls are. Falling back to 70 puts pressure on the long calls at 65. If those start to take profit, then we can fall back to like 52.50 or 52.40. Why did Abby V hate me? I don't know what's it doing. It looks like it just bounced back up to spot from yesterday. It's just sitting there. Ooh, it moved up to 87. Ooh. Hold on. Get 95? What if I could get $1? $1 on 250 risk? That's not great. This isn't bad. Hmm. I'm gonna think about this one. Is that less? It's less money for the next weekly. That shit, though. I would like to see Vol continue up here and not get fucking shorted again. Save from breaking down here? Yeah. Well, not entirely, but a little bit. Mhm. Mhm. Win overnight, sleep easy dumpies. Excuse me? How far can we fail if we slip 90? We need to slip 80. And if we slip 80, 70. If we slip 70, 65. Which is a big, well, I don't know if 65 will really be there if we slip 70. Like if we slip 80, the 65 calls are probably going to start taking profit, but depending on how many are left, it could still be supportive. Under 65, 40. Pretty straight shot to 40. Right now, 65 is just all in the money calls. And 70 is in the money short calls. In the money long. In the money short. So gamma there is kind of like that. But as we fall, these might take profit. And if they do, then we could dip to 70, then down to 40. If they don't, it could be support. But we got to lose 80 first. 80 is where stability is here right now. We're no longer bearish on IWM. Is that play over? Did it not drop significantly enough for you? I'm just not bearish on it today. It went down 15%, almost as fast as it went up. Maybe give it a breather, especially if like rate hikes. Well, especially if rate cuts don't look likely. And right now, Fed Fund Futures is trimming forward cuts, which isn't great for small caps. But services looked pretty good today, and that is kind of good for IWM. Visa is showing a lot of confidence in the American consumer. I think Visa just showing a lot of confidence in people spending money. Do you think about Roth funds? Yeah. Any that you like? They're all pretty similar. How far do we have to drop for dudes in trailer parks to start having spy put buying parties while listening to Backcountry at dangerous volume? What's Backcountry? Is that a song about rabies? $52.25 would be very bearish today. That seems unlikely. Well, it seems unlikely to happen again, at least. I don't like this vol shorting. You done with this shit yet? God, this is boring. We either need to break up and squeeze out all the sold puts or sold calls to 53.50, or we need to fail. I don't want to wait till tomorrow. Avenge sevenfold song, and yeah, basically rabies. Okay. Ooh. Getting closer. Hmm. So in the near term, IWM could bust back to 210. Already looks like it's doing that. Like it needed to break 205. 210's the next level to the upside. Awful lot of gaps. Lower high? Is that head and shoulders? Ooh. That's a head and shoulders. You bitch. Oh, they're gonna try to do it. 5,300 in the money. Hmm. 40 yield on volatility is picking up. X at 24, VX at 22. So now they're selling the 90. 90, 95 put. Why would I stream Upstart earnings? so. I don't listen to earnings calls. What the fuck is wrong with you? Just read the transcript. I can't. We both know that's not true, Popcorn. I am sleepy. That is all. Is it because of Fubo? It's up a penny, man. I just have to get a Seeking Alpha for it. Usually they publish a... Most companies publish a transcript of their earnings call. Charm? Is it neutral here? What are the Riz levels like? It's supportive. Charm is supportive here. I was up till 2 a.m. doing work stuff for a meeting. Oh, gross. That's way past your bedtime. If this fails, will it be a megaphone? Yes. Failure here would be very bad for the Bulls, I think. Because they just sold the 90 and the 95. I just bought the 90 and the 95. Well, you're either going to win big or they're going to keep selling them and you're going to get fucked. Is Zom still in an uptrend? Yeah. Is anything good on SPX plays today? Or has everything been way too overpriced? A lot of things have been overpriced. What's up, Popcorn? Win down? I don't know. I guess we're going to see if this fails or not. I feel like below 5,300 by 3 o'clock is not good. Ooh, we're pricing in rate cuts again. What triggered that? News? Auctions are done. API crude change is done. Or no, API crude estimates are done. The change wasn't. Repo doesn't look great. Repo fell under 300 billion. That's the first time it's fallen that low in a long time. This doesn't seem overwhelmingly bullish. No, it doesn't, but it's bullish enough. Hey Siri, play Baby Shark. Does Abby V look bullish? It is. That's the whole deal on it. It is it got so bullish that it couldn't get any more bullish. Which is inherently bearish given enough time. Speaking of which, this spread's like way better now. Ooh, someone's buying puts at 5,300. Someone's buying a lot of puts at 5,300. Or selling puts at 53? Ooh, no. Buying. Selling. Buying. Doing something with them. Hmm. $53.10 and then reject. So got a little megaphone off of the top of the big megaphone. Because that's this megaphone. Hmm. This is the ES trend test. Which I guess could also be this. But we'll see. Oh shit. I wasn't statistically prepared for us to move higher than this. Actually, it's like 250 permutations, so it's not 1 in a million. If you were a prime number, which one would you be? Three. Good choice. Thanks. $73. Hmm. Rejection here, obviously. Not really important unless it goes under 5,300 though, right? Can this still reject and squeeze sold puts? Sure. Ready for a big red day tomorrow? I'd be happier with it if it started today. That can't be a thing. No. No. And right now, the consolidation here is still very bearish. So it's possible that after the jobs report on Thursday, we start to see the market drop again. That's the only really, well, the only other really important thing this week, I think. There's so little data. I guess the auctions could be awful. Tomorrow is super boring. Consumer credit change might be kind of interesting. Household debt went up, so I'm sure consumer credit tomorrow is not going to be great. I believe in the soul, the wand of life, purple bacon, the small of a pickle's back, and the hanging curveball. I love the way they hang Poppy. Thanks, Kendra. Rate cuts stimulate economy. No, they're supposed to stimulate lending. Inflates equities, also no. Unwinds the carry trade, yes. Weakens the dollar, yes. Were the auctions awful today? I mean, they weren't amazing, but they were fine. I mean, no tails, right? I honestly think if we'd gotten a tail, it would have been more bullish than bearish. Let's close all these gaps. They're all tiny. Like 8 cents, 2 cents, and 9 cents. What calls all day, but my phone never rang. What do? Ask for a refund? No, a weaker dollar deflates equities. Well, it deflates the equities that matter. It improves domestic profitability, but destroys multinational profitability. Power hour 50-point rip. I don't know. If the sold calls pull back here, which they haven't yet, but if they do, then yeah, we could rip super hard. Like back up to 5,400. But I don't think they're going to, and the positions are massive, so and there's very little pressure on them. It's probably more likely that we close somewhere near 5,300, and if we lose 5,300, who knows? I don't think losing 5,300 would be very good into the end of the day, though. Still some supportive charm at 50 and 70, but those are both kind of far out of the money. Yeah, 52, 5250, 5275 have supportive charm. 5,300 supportive. But if we lose 5,300, they've sold an awful lot of puts at like 52, 90, 85. How far dated are the sold calls? I'm just looking at 0 DTUs. Grinding up the entire market with VIX at 25 is quite a feat. Well, there's a lot of profit taking too, right? So I mean, most of this move is taking advantage of profit taking on the put side. And selling puts into those huge premiums, right? There's not like a ton of call buying though. There's a bit more call buying than we've seen recently, but it's not ridiculous or anything. And there's still quite a lot of call sellers. I'm surprised more people aren't buying calls in the gap. Maybe tomorrow's expiration? Maybe that's on buying the underlying equities. Nvidia's outperforming the market. I would have thought the sell-off would damage it more. That's still very risky because the markets aren't in a position where they're stable. But yeah, I mean they're leveraging up dispersion a lot. So tech is pumping, right? Carry trades at 6.93. The peak for today was what? 6.96. Expectation is to see a larger than normal overnight downside move. We could, but I don't think there's anything in the overnight that's going to like substantially weaken the dollar. And that's kind of what matters right now. What if Nikkei drops 10% again? It could. It definitely retreated back quite a bit from its high. I think if NQ fails to fill this gap, that's really bad, right? Because that's a pretty big gap. Like if there's no buyers up at 18.5, that'd be weird. I need some big Clifford dogs into close. Noted. Now let's see how supportive 5300 remains. That's all that really matters here is, do we have support at 5300 or not? If we don't, that's pretty bad. Hmm. I bought a call. My bad. What a dick. Let's start to get weirdly supportive around here. Gherkin, I don't think there's support at 5300. Yeah, we snapped over that big wall of gamma. It's ugly. Still need to lose that 85-80 level, though, to really get the rest of the downside move. Looks like we're gonna. Got a shitload of momentum, right? Remember? So we're like this. This is like 5310. 5305. 5300. 5380. So, you know, we flip back over this. Which is, you know, this move. But now we need to get over that to go further down. If we lose 80, well, the 5260 calls will probably are already taking profit. So It's all about 5270. Yeah, I mean, if we maintain momentum, we can go down pretty far. Gherk, megaphone. I know. Here's the problem with using megaphones as a technical indicator, and one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of them is volatility picks up over the range, right? Like realized volatility is rising. Which makes the indicator less accurate the longer it persists, right? Because, IV is kind of inversely proportional to technical analysis. So, like, as you get further out from the initial, like, megaphone, it just gets wonkier and, like, more unpredictable. And so they frequently do shit like this, where they, move. I mean, this was the original one, right? And then this was a secondary one, and they'll frequently move outside of the range of the megaphone. You get this on the downside ones too. They'll move outside of the range of the megaphone before collapsing back into it, which is just a big old fucking bull trap. But someone sell me my Abbey puts for the price I want. Oh, there goes 80. I love being on the same side of a trade as the market maker. Makes things so much easier. Good morning, trash. Well, there goes 80. So now we care about 70 and 65 a little bit. We still have a shitload of momentum, which is really bad for the 5260 calls. '70s all the sold calls from earlier. Charms more negative below 75, but there's still some supportive charm at 50. Well, I'll be honest. There's really not any supportive charm at 50. 65. 65 still has some supportive charm. Nikkei slipped fucking hard. It just dumped almost like 200 BPS. This is fantastic. Right back through the CTA trigger. Well, right back to the CTA trigger. 5264. Hmm. Those were some dumpies. Did IWM lose 205? In which case, yeah, it could. 200's a huge support, though. I didn't lose 205. IWM's still above 205. Hmm. NQ's got a little bit of support at the 30 EMA. Does bounce look like profit taking of long puts? Probably profit taking on 0 DTE puts. Ko-Fi? Why isn't it popping up? Do I need to fix that or something? Did they kill my Ko-Fi bot on YouTube? Overtraded today, lost some money, but I thought the last leg up was looking weak. Top tick to 52.95p for 3.2. I got my first 10x 0 DTE, and I've learned nothing today. This is the degen account. Don't hate. Okay. Oh shit, someone else asked me a question like 3 hours ago, too. And walk-in? Why aren't I seeing all of these? Walk-in came back. Time for my triumphant return. But I guess I'll have to wait until after the election so they can blame Trump. Yeah. I have 8, 10, 18, 556 Ps, Mark S. Better to roll to a lower strike and get more puts or leave it as is. I mean, you could do that. Like, you could trim back some of your profits and then pick up some out of the money, like further out of the money puts. That's always an option, right? And extend your position down. But I wouldn't roll the whole position lower, because then you're just maybe punishing yourself for being right the first time by trying to be right 2 times in a row. Take the cash and run. That's, yeah, that's a thing. Wiser words have never been typed on YouTube SPX trading. I'm not, yeah, I mean, he has October's, right? It's understandable that you wanna hold some of those. Does play more downside here make sense, or is that greedy? So there's another range we can fall through, but we fell into, you know, the bottom of the range that we were in, right? That was our 65 test. This is where we expected to find support. We did. We're back above 70. I would say on a loss of 65, then it might be worth playing the put side, or at least a breakdown of 70, right? Here is kind of risky. 52.75 is just like, it's got long-term positions. It's a major strike. We could end up stuck here is probably the biggest issue. But I feel like, yeah, I feel like we're going to get some profit taking on those 52.60 calls that didn't take profit on the initial drop, because they're seriously losing a lot of fucking money right now. Cash is king. Bulls are insane. Yeah, they are. I appreciate the detailed info there. Yeah, no problem. I think we're seeing a little bit of what I just said right now. That's how we get our lower low. Then that opens up the range to 52.40. Solid loss of 65, not just another retest of it. We would need to lose 62.50, 62.40. We're back within what you were statistically prepared for. I know. And we didn't cross the range that I wasn't statistically prepared for. which means all of my biases are confirmed. Do you see the little blue line there? This one? That's the upper bound. Yeah, that's like a little off. Hold on. Nope. Right there. So you're implementing your Monte Carlo curve in the data product. I don't know if we're prepared to do this yet, but it'd be cool. I wouldn't do it this way. I'd use better data. This is just like based on historic trading. This is garbage. This is like what hedge funds use. We love hedge fund garbage. Typical. Don't be a basic bitch, Gilgamesh. I use a magic 8-ball. So this seems better. Why? It's just rolling a magic 8-ball 250 times and finding the concentration of answers. Only 250? Well, too many ruins the reliability, right? You get like a better range but less accurate levels. Monty 8-ball was my street name. Dave, do you ever want to just do bullet removal surgery for like organized crime so you can feel something in your life? Like they have to pay you cash. What? What do you mean what? I implemented a Monte Carlo polynomial regression algorithm for my REIT. They blew up since, but that's probably irrelevant. So entirely your fault. No, they have to pay you in cash with blood on it. What kind of doctor are you going to hire that's taking payment in bricks of cocaine? I read a Monte Cristo simulation. Any doctor on the Upper East Side. Is this bullshit? Fucking double bottom. We're back over that tiny hump at 80. Annoying. Gap at 75. So that was all selling on the 270 put. Dangerous. I feel like the Bears were fighting back pretty hard today. Otherwise, we would have gone to 5,400. Yep, all zero GT. Welcome back, Gaff. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How about them rate cuts that weren't going to happen? They're still not. They can't cut rates. They'll collapse the carry trade. Every investment bank in the world just warned the Fed, don't you dare. It's okay. The bond market's cutting the rates for them anyway, right? And Japan. Shh, we don't talk about that. So JPOW just has to sit on his thumbs. That's what he does best. He's like a turd on a hot sidewalk. People are gonna over leverage the carry trade for at least 5 more years. Try. Something goal of 2%, something. Yeah. Ooh, now they're selling the 80. Like that. Knock it off. It's 52.75, a bastion of stability. I mean, bulls don't want to lose 52.75 because the charm flips negative, right? Which would really make their day shitty and ruin all of their 52.65 calls that they're buying. Here's what no one wants to happen. No one wants to just sit below 52.65 close over close because all of the CTAs will start dumping their $200 billion in leveraged equities. Gherkin's ignoring my ABBV questions. Would you mind commenting on ABBV running into GM? It's going to be choppy in this range. That's why I said I was going to sell calls on it and then pick up puts after I confirmed a breakdown of 85. See, they shouldn't have sold the fucking calls at 80. Or puts. Just stop selling puts, you fucks. God damn motherfuckers. Why would ABBV go to $100? Disney earnings tomorrow? Predictions? Hold on, I want to think about it because I don't want to be wrong.
Mm-mm.
I was charm, not super supportive here, but a little bit. Much less supportive under 75. And remember that supportive charm becomes more supportive into the end of the day. Although there are a metric fuck ton of 5,300 calls that are not in the money. What's the blue line on VIX? I have no idea. It was just a line I put there. $26. Or it's supposed to be $26. It's really old. It's from like 2 years ago. Historically, Q3 EPS is missed, so they're bumping Disney Plus price. I've seen upward movement. Also, D23 this weekend has a lot of interest going into earnings. I feel like they could beat on revenues. This is Q3 they're reporting, right? So I think beat revenues, miss EPS. Which is mixed, and given the current conditions, that doesn't seem very good. Maybe gross profit like 6.34 billion. What are these orange lines, and how do I get them on my WeBull? They seem important. They're just support and resistance levels that I had drawn at some point. I don't even remember when I drew most of these. Probably on the way up. I'm going to be chasing the high I had with VIX at 60 for the rest of my life. I did put them there. I hate VIX 60 and Schwab. Yeah, what happened with Schwab? They just fuck everybody over. You could just put them on yours yourself. You don't need me. Except to copy them. We're just gonna stay here into close, right? Well, bulls are trying to keep from losing 75, but if they do into close, that's pretty bearish. And we could fall back to like the 65 level again. I don't think we lose 65 today. Yeah, I kind of don't think we do. Fidelity was giving me an error message. Schwab, Fidelity, Vanguard all same time. It's fine if you signed in before the issues. They have so much room for debt, though. Even with this market, they could afford to shunt some cash 8 years out, dump money into the parks. Epic universe. Uh, yeah, they could. Not a great time to pick up debt, though, right? Definitely not for sentiment purposes. Like, no one is going to be happy if he decides to go pick up a bunch of debt right now. Iron Fly at 75. I'm not really sure 75 is a very important level aside from the charm there. I think 65 and 80 are far more likely closes. Eee. Nice. I rage held telling myself it was divine intervention to hold. I'm glad you had no issues. I didn't have anything open in Schwab. Why aren't you day trading the larger intraday moves on SPX? Why? I sold calls. Those were 0 DTs. That's day trading. It's like a bookmark. It's not flashy enough for the degens. Oh, bastard. Okay, so Charm's getting a little bit more negative here. Look to 72 for another breakdown. Careful of really sharp reversals. There's still a fuck ton of sold calls at 70. I feel like I should just take profit on these. Nice. How much of your pool is allocated to one DT SPX strangles during the COVID crash to capture crazy moves? We didn't have 0 DTs back then, so sometimes it was quite expensive, but not a lot. I mean, I was maybe getting like 5 contracts at a time. I had a lot less money back then. Well, yeah. Webull has stops on spreads. Yeah, they just added them. Stops and stops, like market stops and stop limits. Although probably a great way to get fucked. Webull's complex order book any good? I mean, I assume they use this same one as everyone else, so no, it's shit. Well, we lost 65. Close at 40? How much is the 40 put? $3. That's fucking expensive. Hmm. More dumps tomorrow. Very possible. Hey, my Abbey V spreads are almost out of the money again. Nice. We didn't fill the upside gap. Ooh, let's go 5240 puts. No, it's still just at support. It didn't do much today. It bounced a little into this morning session, and then it just fell back to support at 59 again. It's fucking annoying. I think I got a little bit of time on that, though. And stopped out. Alright, well. It's just as boring as I remember. Apparently, I have work to do. I figured you'd be very busy right now. Close under 5264, big bear. It's bear, yeah. August and September are dead for me. Usually everyone getting their last minute vacations out of the way before school starts back up. You guys aren't calling people back into the office right now? Interesting. CTA isn't going to sell overnight if we close down here. If we open down here. Macro, nothing in the macro changed. The only thing we had was an ISM report, that was kind of inflationary and probably kept us from crashing. Rallies usually happen when there's no more sell side liquidity. Everybody that works risk desk at a small investment group, he said they have a real big push to get people back into the office this weekend. Yeah, that makes sense. Good. I don't have to hear about it anymore. With the price action we got today, do you expect us to chop tomorrow, or can we have another? Okay, what the fuck? Where did it go? Where is my Ko-Fi bot and my YouTube? Son of a bitch. We chop tomorrow. Can we have another swing day like today? Ooh, I think tomorrow looks awfully bearish based on the end of day price action here, right? Pretty big failure. Might get another like bounce and failure tomorrow, I guess, but these levels aren't very good for SPX. Looks like we're gonna hit 50, 5240, which puts us well below the CTA trigger. What is Tulia risk? I don't know, like 58, I think. I put the chart in the thing. It's like 5750 is the downside call wall. Whoa, you called it again. I know. Ooh. Hours of expiration. Should have a little bit of support here. Yeah, a little bit of support here. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. Look at VIX. I'm looking at it. See what it's doing? Oh, dork. Doesn't even feel like we were up 100 points, but we were. And still closing up 100 points. Ooh, is that where my projected close for the day was? No, it was 250. God damn it. I fucking suck at this. I mean, like, I know I called 5240 for close, but last night I called 5250. Yeah, back to Uncle Bruce. I would. All right. So, we pushed up a little bit above the MM's expected move. We kind of tapped right up against that statistical high on my average of secret penises here, and failed. Fell back to the 5240 support level. This is below the 5264 CTA trigger, which probably has some relevance. It's not much below it, and we could bounce back overnight, but we don't have a lot of data tomorrow, so I'm not really sure that's going to be all that bullish. Nikkei pulled back really fucking hard from its like 200 bip move up earlier. Well, I guess it's down like 400 bips from its peak earlier. ES failed the trends. Didn't need this one. And pulled back. Would lose support at 5250, which it's still floating a bit above. And that's going to be like the SPX like 5225 level. Commodities got a little bounce today. Not much. Dixie up overall, but down into the end of the day. Yields are still rising quite a bit. But the 2-year staying just barely ahead of the 10-year. And it could be that we're seeing the top end of the curve rise, which we are, right? More than the bottom end of the curve drops, which is bearish. Anyway, correlation broke back down. Hasn't quite hit the high from earlier today yet, but definitely a reversal. Forward yield on volatility at 12.32%. So not a very scary close. The carry trade got levered up on the stronger dollar. And total leverage is still around 6.9. Above 7, I would say that's probably bullish. If leverage continues to fall off, very bearish. Bond volatility trimmed back a little bit today along with 3-month correlation. Some of the tail risk hedges got pulled back yesterday, but probably replaced today. 30.41% of the S&P under its 20-day moving average, and correlation between VIX, cash VIX, at a whopping positive 95.9%. So very highly correlated now. Almost 1-to-1, which is awesome. But it also means short vols mostly blown up. NQ not stopping. What, like downside? Yeah. It's not dropping that hard yet. If it does, it'll be in the overnight, right? Yeah. So that's where we are. RSP is like where a lot of the weakness appeared to be today. It had a really hard time climbing at the same clip as the SPX, and so without any breadth coming in to support the move back into dispersion, it ultimately collapsed when it ran into some serious resistance, which it did at 53.10. Oil being below $80 should be illegal. Well, if markets are tanking, oil usually follows suit and then rebounds when the negative implication is realized in hard data. So you're saying either short vol, buy Hellamag 7, or dumpies. No, I think that, well, they tried to do that today, and they messed it up, right? Yeah, because of the implication. I'll take what I can get. All right. Well, we'll see what happens overnight, but I mean, there's not a lot of data tomorrow. I would say that we probably stay around this range. The problem here is if we lose 52.25, right? Or well, 52.20-ish. We'll start to get sucked in by the JPM long puts and delta neutral, right? There's not enough positive delta neutral to hold prices up, and we keep rejecting. It's more likely that we're going to fall into or below delta neutral than stay above it, right? It acts kind of like a gravity well, and especially because it's so close to the JPM puts and largely influenced by them, right? And so that's gonna, as this drops, the dealer's positive delta on the monthly chain is going to decline, right? Which means they're hedging less on the bounce. And we kind of just get sucked back into it. And so that's why when you get a bounce off of this, you need a really good fucking clean break to the upside, right? You needed to get the fuck away from this range and get some padding in the MM hedge between spot and wherever, or well, between delta neutral and spot, right? So without that, any downside move is just gonna right back in. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope everybody has a lovely evening. I hope you all made some money today. I know it wasn't the most exciting day. Price action took a while to catch up after the morning's bounce, but I think it went pretty well. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.